Well, good Monday morning, the 11th of May, 2026. This is Risk Neutral Trading, a live trading journal. The idea here is that whatever I'm seeing on my screens is captured on the video, and my voiceover with this narration provides insight as to what I was thinking. So I don't have to remove my focus from the market or my trading plan to have a complete and detailed record, which is also fully accountable. I take no trades off of the stream for accountability and transparency. That's also why the streams are so long. They're 7 hours every day. And yeah, that's a long time for the old boomer to be standing here, but that's what it is. So first, let me say that this is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I'm not intending to provide financial or trade advice. I'm not licensed to do so. And there is a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. With that out of the way, let me say that any trade I do take here on Bookmap, which is my execution platform, it is live in real time in the market. And you can see it right here in front of you. I'll be right back. Sorry about that unexpected interruption there. So the idea here is that everything I trade and am watching is completely transparent and fully accountable. And that's why the stream is 7 hours long. So it goes from now 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. That is the complete cash market. All right, I think that's probably got that out of the way, unless I forgot something, which is likely. But let's get on with the numbers this morning. We don't have much. We got new home sales out, and that's about it. They'll be out at 9 o'clock. Existing home sales, I'm sorry, not new. And we are in earnings season, which is in full swing and crazy long, but there is no Mag 7 or any biggies reporting today, so I'm not too worried about that. This is investing.com, which is my original news source. Just you can filter it for wherever you are, whatever reports you're interested in. they only report traditional economic numbers or events, non-farm payroll, GDP, PMI, existing home sales. They don't do, we're going to sign something in the White House or press briefings or any of that stuff. So I do appreciate the fact that it's traditional, but also that brings us to the next order of events, which is, or the next news source, which is financial juice. And the reason that I do track financial juice also is because they pull these random events. 9:30 Trump speaks to somebody, 1500 Trump hosts something else. These are obviously fine, no political comment, but if you're not living under a rock, you know that in this current environment, these kinds of moments when there's a microphone and a camera could lead into some extreme interruption or risk for for our trading and our market, our auction. So that's why I track them both. Now they're both free. That's why there's ads everywhere. But my thinking is that any person that comes by the stream can have access to these resources. So that, there you go. And another thing I like about investing.com, notice that the event title turns to a URL when you hover over it. So if you don't know what existing home sales is, you can go check that out. Financial Juice again has the calendar here where they will pull these random events which are non-economic into the calendar. And then the right side over here is more of a squawk box. So there you go there. Let's think about here and now, the pre-market. So again, Bookmap, my execution platform. This is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. And this means that I can glance over left and see that. This is the current trade. I know that I have the entire overnight session in view. No question about context. And, you know, I can prove it. Well, I thought I could prove it. I don't know what happened to, there we go. Here's previous ETH, etc. So there you go. That's quite a big lag there. Oh, there we go. Here's a whole bunch of them. I don't know why I was doing that. This is the previous RTH, the current, I mean, the ETH, yeah, whatever. Session after session, you get the point, right? So, this is investing.com, Investor RT, which is my charting package. Now, first thing to know about here, the header of every chart has a chart name, which is meaningless to anybody else. The instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So there's never any question what you're looking at. And this particular tab is my micro tab. So this is the micro ES, micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame, micro composite charts. And this is the ES market profile. I don't change this from micro to mini and back and forth. Okay. And then this tab is the same configuration, but for the minis, not the micros. So there you are. Now let's look at this in terms of, I should also point out, in case you didn't read it, these are Rincos. And this is the micro composite chart for the MES. So again, the MES, daily candles, the day time frame, and the RTH session only. What does that mean? Every one of these candlesticks represents 1 day RTH trading session. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. You see? Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates these red and green volume lines over here, nodes, which are high and low volume nodes. They push automatically to Bookmap. The session prices also push automatically to Bookmap. I start them at 1700 every Sunday night, continue through 1600 on Friday, and I share them openly and freely with anybody that would like them. So if you'd like to have access to the session prices live and direct, just drop something, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat. There you go. So here we are with the current micro composite. There's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. We'll see what happens where we open today. There's a little nub right down here. This little white guy, you can barely make that out, is where we're trading currently. Right here. So there's Friday's RTH session. And here's the overnight. Again, Friday's RTH. RTH. I'm sorry. No, this is I'm sorry. These are the full session. So there's Friday. And here's today. Here's so far the overnight. Volume is what? Well, volume's a little off, which has been normal lately. And the volatility, or this is the ATR, average true range, is only 1.5 points for each 1 minute candle. This looks at average volume 20 trading sessions back at the same time of day. If that makes any sense. And let's zoom over here to the Bookmap, which is, as I said before, my execution platform. And starting from the right column, the micro composite, this is where I enter values from the micro composite chart here automatically, or manually, to Bookmap. The all-time highs, naked volume points of control, that kind of thing. And these are the high and low volume nodes from the micro composite volume or profile, which push automatically to Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex full session. It will continue today through 1600. RTH volume and delta, volume profile and delta. The statistics column, which is real important to me. The session prices, which I've already mentioned. And the book. I replaced the dome here in my charts to get real estate back on my screen. This is the key element. This is the resting liquidity in the dome, full level 2. So there's 199 contracts resting at 74.1175. Okay, and now the way Bookmap works is these liquidity are graphed over here when they entered, when they pulled, etc. These levels are just the session prices, and I change those sometimes to be trade setup levels, whatever. They are essentially, at the moment, these just represent the exact levels here, session prices. And now for the heat map itself, and the way I approach trading is keep it simple, stupid, because I need that. I'm an old cowboy from Montana, so if I keep this simple and logical, it works for me. I only look at price data, price level and volume, and probabilities. That's it. These levels, you'll notice there's no indicators. There is a RTH volume VWAP, a Globex VWAP, RTH mid, POC for both Globex and RTH, one each. You can tell the difference. The full session is kind of a muted yellow, and the RTH session is a brighter yellow. Now, none of these levels are mysterious. The POCs, nothing more complicated than a marker at the price of which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, 74.12, the most amount of contracts have traded in the overnight, 5,759 just traded. The minute the second one of these other levels trades 5,900, whatever it is, where'd it go? 58.35 or 55.20, whatever, we're at 24. The minute it trades one more contract, this yellow line's going to move down there. That's all there is to it. Not complicated at all. Some levels that sometimes confuse people are the initial balance high and low. Because of the naming, it comes from the market profile world. All these levels are, or I should say, all these levels represent are the high, and where down below is the low, which is down here, of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So we have to make sure that we plot those and track those properly, because there's a statistic associated with them. Now, this column is important to me. This is my statistical probability column. So these are the statistics which we expect to hit these levels in today. But first we need to change them correctly, right? So the first thing I need to do is determine the open type statistically. Very simple, done with two parameters. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the previous RTH close. So it's lower than the close. How does that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the low and the high's up above us, so it is within range. So this is lower in range. I then change the column title to lower in range, and I'll tell you why. That is purely selfish for me. When I look at a screen snap or I look at the stream, I can see the title column and I know immediately the configuration for our open type. Next thing we need to do is delete the notes from Friday, and we're going to put them in for today. Okay. And how do we get those levels? Real simple. We go to statistics in IRT. Now, we've determined, first of all, Friday was higher in range. And you'll notice that IRT conveniently highlights the correct column blue. It also changes the text color from black to blue whenever a level has been reached or revisited. The way the system works is real simple. First, we decided already that it's going to be lower in range, the open type, probably today. The system looks back at 1,735 of the most recent trading days. I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Oh, that snuck up on me quick. I hope I got to the mute button on time, or you're deaf. Anyway, lower in range. So the system looks back at the most recent 1,735 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range 508 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.7 times. Overnight mid 82.7. Pretty tough, huh? That's all there is to it. Now I'm just going to go down the list. Overnight volume point of control, 81.3. Overnight volume point of control is hiding right under here. We know that, right? We can see the line. 81.3. There we go. There you are. And so on. The previous close is 74.6. Wow. IB high, 68. Oh, wait a minute here. I'm looking at the wrong ones. I'll hold the phone. 74.6. Previous IB high is 69.7. And that's right up here, isn't it? So watch this. 69.7. IB high. Why do I always type the initials? Because remember the definition. The minute we open, this flag is going to jump down here above price. And the low will come up below price. So they will no longer be at this level. And I'll wonder what was 69.7% probability, and I'll know. There you go. Okay, previous POC is 68.3. And that is also pretty close up here. We'll look at that in a minute. Overnight low is 66.1. And that's down here a little bit. 66.1. And let's see what the previous low was, because that is down there now. Previous low is 53.7. Ah, great. Now, this is proof positive, and I hope you recognize it immediately, that these are probabilities. This is the probability of times that we will revisit this level in this open type. Notice that this is 53.7 and this is 66.1. Well, pretty obviously you got to get through 53.7 to get to 66.1. Price will have to. So these are not hard, fast lines in the sand, but these are suggested targets. And this is also the IB low. You'll see here that the line indicator shows more than one title at a time, but the cloud note column cannot. Previous low is 53.7. Overnight high is 52.6. Right there. And once again, 52.6. And here is what? Well, there's 74 and there's 69. So, you know, they're probabilities. They are not fixed. Previous high is 42.1. Well, we've already got the previous high marked out up here because it's where the IB high was from Friday. So, I think, isn't it? Or is it? No, 42.1. Sorry. Okay, and I'm way behind doing something else I need to do right now, so I'm going to go do that. Now I'm going to do the something I do every morning at 8:20, and I'm late for a very important date. Okay. And it's called the TLab snap. Oh, shit. I didn't do something correct. I don't have my settlements in here. Damn it. Notice this. I didn't restart IRT after the open, and I don't have settlement in here. So now I'm going to have to restart this before I do the TLab snap. Hopefully I'll get that done before all hell breaks loose and the market opens. That was stupid. That's something I'll talk about. Popeye, you. Hey, how are you? Good to see you again. Yeah, I'm good. How are you? And sorry, I'm a donut when it comes to reading and stuff. So if I mispronounce your name, bear with me. A lot of crazy going on here in the market. Obviously, there's not much in the way of reporting, but there is major tomfoolery going on in geopolitical everything, right? You know that, I'm sure. Been doing a lot of okay, now I think I can do the TLab snap, which is something I do every morning at 8:30 when I have remembered to restart the damn thing. Just let me get this out of the way first. If you know me, you know that. And this is why I stream, because I don't multitask worth two hoots in hell. I hope that's the right one. Looks right. Okay. Now, yeah. So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and yeah, nice to see you. I posted every morning. I post this in the TLab. Early in the morning, I post the news, and then later in the day at about 8:20, I post this to give anybody in there that doesn't have the same kind of charting that, you know, all the numbers they might possibly want to be confused by. And the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who is a professional trader with like 47 years experience. He's not a pro trader anymore in that he doesn't trade, you know, he's not a money manager or trade other people's money. He trades his own account, but he is and was a professional trader. And it's important to know that it's not a trade calling room or live trading room. It's a Discord place with a lot of good people in there and a lot of good theory and philosophy. I was quite active before I started the stream, which actually is a suggestion from Tom, basically, and that is to focus on your own market and your own trading and narrate the auction rather than yucking it up in a Discord room or whatever. So that's why I do this. But every day I post those two things to kind of, you know, out of respect, tip my hat, thanks, whatever you want to call it, for the TLab. And I don't recommend any of the other bookmap Discord rooms or really any other sites because I don't go to any of them, nor have I visited any, so I can't speak to that. So there you go. Yeah, here we are now. Where the hell am I? Okay, I guess you'll probably imagine that it's a good idea to be able to trade with bookmap. And in order to do that, you have to activate the trade control panel with this padlock button up here. And we're going to open in 2.5 minutes. I better pick it up. Now I've got some stuff going on in the background here that's pretty weird. First of all, now this is a Lucid prop account with 5 copy trades behind it to illustrate how that works. And the next thing I'm going to do here is make sure that I'm on my proper trading statistics journal. And I'll get into why I'm not going to be trading these today for a really disappointing reason. And here's the multi-brackets where I introduce the risk neutral methodology. This is the smallest package you can have, a 2-lot, because it needs to be an even number of contracts. Then you need to have a stop loss in ticks for the package. And this is not the time to be figuring out what your stop loss ought to be. This should have been long ago in the homework period. And you need to, my first recommendation, the first consideration is your account risk parameters and the volatility of the instrument you're trading, etc. So assuming this is right for you, it is for me at this point. The first risk neutral trade target is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. And then there's a runner. And you can have as many runners or whatever kind of configuration here that you want to have. Boom. There's also another thing that I've got to get going on down here that I want to see. Where did it go? Ooh, multi-account trading. Okay. This is the bookmap version of the account of the copy trade thing. And the way you do that is you preset these up, and then you select which one it is. And what will happen then is any trade that I take in this proper configuration today will trade the exact same trade across 4 other accounts besides this one. So this is something new I started doing last week to de-risk. I'll explain all that later after we open, which is going to be right now. Okay, we just opened. Boy, I'm late. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. We're off and running, boys and girls. Yahoo, buckaroo. Where are your spurs? I'll get Blue Boy on there in a second. First thing I need to do now is get over here to IRT and change from full session to RTH session. And the reason I do that is to keep the session prices in the same configuration that anyone who shares that uses them. Going on here. Going on. There we are. Okay. Has the right configuration between developing value area high-low and value area high-low, that kind of thing. And remember, I share the session prices, free. Can push them continuously from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday continuously. So that would be a help to you or anybody. There's the naked volume points of control. Look at that. Pretty soon the whole damn thing's going to be red. If those session prices would be helpful, just, like and subscribe and leave something in the chat and I'll hook you up with it's a CSV link from Google Drive, which is as safe as I could figure out how to do it so that, alleviate any question in anybody's mind about skullduggery or, some stupidness. And you can put that link in your Cloud Note column or in the indicator column or in your looks like a phone call. As I say, in Cloud Note column or the statistical level or your software of choice, and there you go. Now I want to get rid of that. All right. Oh wait, hold on the phone. Let's make sure. Yeah, we got two lot to do. Okay. So RTH session, micros, high time frame. We're opening in range in value. There's Friday. There's today. NQ not so much. NQ opened up. Now NQ just traded out. Okay. We've got a bit of a lag so far. We're green across the board. What's volume look like? 81%. This is percent average volume looking back at 20 trading sessions for this same time of day. So we were down in here at about $1.50 or $1.25, and we're up to $2 or 2 points. 8 average true range ATR for a 1 minute candlestick. Now let's just let the dust settle and see what the hell happens next. Huh? So you see why I put the initials in the session prices or statistics column. This is where the IB was from last Friday, and here's our IB high today, right on top of whatever that used to be. ETH high. So we popped out of the ETH, which I don't see yet, but okay. Oh, the ETH high, yeah, all right. And of course, let's go to the moon, Alice. Jesus, I'm so sick of this craziness. Well, whatever. It's great. Let's put Blue Boy on the job over here. Blue Boy is a real expensive thing called a vertical line. And we're going to go to A30 as close as we can get it. Yeah, that's about as good as we're going to get. That's the first print. So the concept here is, as long as I have Blue Boy in view over here and the active market over here, I have the entire session in view, so I understand the context completely with no questions. And right now, what do you got? It looks to me like it's up, isn't it? Now, is this just the opening swing and they're going to dump it? Very possibly. So any trade that I take over here is live and real time and, narrated and anticipated. And if you know anything about Bookmap, you'll know that it's very graphically displayed very clearly. There's a green break-even line and entry and targets, and anything moved is all graphically captured. And then at the end of the day or the end of the session, I also include these which show all the trade account and everything else, the results of the live trading. The idea here is to be, and let me just say that this is not in any way intended as a my way or the highway deal. This is my virtual journal. Everything that I'm watching is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's it. And I am by no means, again, it's not any intention to be my way or the highway. It is a collaboration. Hopefully it can be helpful. If you think I'm doing something crazy, say, what in the hell is that for? Or, whatever. Anton, who I imagine will be in a little bit, has provided some great ideas about the technique he uses, and that's the whole point. The purpose of this is to develop and maintain a consistently profitable trading business based on price action, volume, and statistics, probabilities. And what have we done so far? Well, we picked most of them. We got previous RTH IB, previous RTH high, close, overnight high. What we don't have yet is the POC, which is down here. This is the overnight POC. You see how the more muted yellow is the full session and the brighter yellow POC is the RTH. Oh, and I need to reset the frickin' Bookmap refuses to reset the VWAP properly for the RTH session. I don't know why. Irritating. It works fine for the Globex, so I guess, 50% is better than a poke in the eye, right? There we go. Now it'll start plotting this one will now go where it belongs up here and start plotting. I don't know why it doesn't restart automatically as Globex does, but anyway. And any time that I have forgotten to do that or whatever, the volume profiles have the VWAP. No worries. But this line helps me with the bands and the one standard deviation bands and stuff like that. Hey, Anton. Morning. Hope all is well. 19C over here right now, which is about 67 for all you effers out there. Not much. We've got existing home sales the top of the hour. All right. Or is it new home sales? I forget all that freaking time. Existing. Yeah, that's what I thought. We've got a couple of Trumpathons here at 9:30 and 1500 so far. And of course, the ever-present 9,000-pound gorilla in the room is the geopolitical story that hangs over our head. I had a bunch of, as you might imagine, spent the weekend working on the hedge idea. I'll get into that in a minute as soon as we get around to open here. Okie dokie. Smoky. I was a little bit limited to. I was real excited about the hedge concepts, and back replay traded the hell out of them. The problem is I only had data from Friday because I hadn't been tracking the ES on in recordings, so that'll expand going forward. But I've made a bunch of changes in my tool. And we'll talk about all of that later, but that seems real encouraging. I did come up with one wrinkle, actually. As I told you before, I think Friday, Lucid, no problem doing that. And AMP futures, no problem trading that way. But just this morning, I had a nagging thing in the back of my mind, so I jumped on to Lucid, whatever their support, where you can, what is the live chat thing? And I asked specifically the question, can I do this, X minis, X micros in the same account? Yes, that's no problem. And I said, and copy to other five. No, that's a rule violation. So I can't use the trade copy function with the hedge concept. I can do it on 5 accounts, log out and log back into all 5 accounts separately, but the copy to the other 4 accounts from the one account is a rule violation. And the AI thing couldn't explain to me what was the difference. I also went to AMP quickly to confirm that with them that it was no problem with my live account, and yeah, it is no problem at all. But so that was pretty disappointing, but I am really glad that I didn't launch off on this mission this morning because I was quite encouraged by the results all weekend. So that's just a brief update there. There's always they always have something, So in case you don't know what we're talking about, Pop, because my vetted strategies of the initial balance stuff weren't paying out right. They were having ended drawdown. The only way I could de-risk from 2 micros was to go this hedge or this prop story, which I wasn't aware there'd been such improvements or changes in the prop space because I hadn't looked at it for a long time. But it's quite, it is an option that's well worth considering because, first of all, it's a one-time payment for an account. It's not this subscription thing like used to be the story with Top Step, for example. And they, rightfully, there's the ratio between minis and micros and all that kind of thing. So that's what I had was thinking to do, was to risk down to the micro story, because having the one payment of the micro of the account at Lucid, which turned out to be the one that supported Rhythmic and Bookmap and IRT and all that, was the price of one stop. Well, on the live account. So that means that I had the opportunity to trade multiple more trades against that account and be paid out for the price of one stop. So that it was essentially de-risking, because after you get to 2 micros with a risk neutral methodology, there's nowhere to go, right? So that's the thinking. That's the thinking. And this has all just come up last week, so I'm just in the course of figuring this all out. Anton has had to listen to me drone on about this before, so. Well, we're at the top to the moon again. There's a new all-time high, of course. Yeah, well, you bet. Well, there's a new RTH, a new ETH got put in last night. So that's wonderful. That's what we need is more all-time highs. I don't know what to think. I guess it's just, just like it. What are you going to do? So let's pop this up here now, and it won't stay, of course, but that's what we're going to have. And this is the 11th. And this is ETH. Yep. And where did that go? ETH high. That's clear down here. They didn't get very far there. This is the 11th also. That was this morning. So, yeah. I have no idea. I also spent a lot of time around the edgeful data, Anton. Trying to make some sense out of that one and, be able to rely on it. Yeah, it seems to have right here. Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's take a little look around what's going on in my, now, any trades, as I mentioned, taken in Bookmap are live. Trades that are taken over here in IRT, and this is where I develop strategies and actually vet the trades, not just give that lip service. This is the rules specifically for the traditional initial balance continuation or failure. These are housekeeping. These are the rules. This is trade management. This chart has nothing to do with these rules except that it accurately visualizes the rules. These are the continuation and pullback zones and the trigger zones. And so when I send this system to this chart, it will plot like this. Here is a stop, for example. Here's a long trade, and then it got stopped out. So there's that. These are all, on IRT, are all within the simulated environment of IRT because I'm not confident in my code ability to have this run my live account in the live market. I'm more than comfortable with the back testing to vet the trades to come up with the statistics for actually having a vetted trade as opposed to just saying so. This is another system which I am doing a whole bunch of different things on over here. Let's first of all shut off a bunch of crap that I had going when I had to restart in order to get the settlements in there. Okay. And word opening, boom. Okay. This is where I code and backtest various different trades, all kind of around the opening range idea. Now, where'd it go? The way this particular chart works is that these gold lines are the high and low of Asia. The green lines are the high and low of London. And over here under this one is the red lines, which are New York or US. And there's the open. So this is the full chart. And the market, the volume profile is a weekly. So at the moment, it's testing the edgeful IB. And what are those stupid things over there? I don't want those there, and I'm not sure why they are. Anyway, the way this works is initial balance low, initial balance high, and these are the the pullback or retrace zones. This is all based on some edgeful stuff, and let's look at what's in play at the moment. Well, there's the daily bias so far. We've got some forming. I don't think I've got this set up right. I'm just getting to know this thing. So here is the initial balance trades, which is the first consideration that I have. Mm-mm. 75.4% probability we break out the high. 22% we do double, and an 2.38 we don't break either one. Looking back 6 months on the ES. Let's look at the MES just to be sure we got the right instrument, because they do vary a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. And then let's look at the bi-weekday. Let's see what the story is on Monday. Well, it's fairly much the same, except we have a decrease in both IB high and IB low, and an increase double, almost 3 times increase in not taking either one of the IBs out. And it's forming right now. We have put in the way these retracements work is the following. Assuming that the IB breakout is, when they call breakout, is to the top and breakdown is to the bottom. There is a 69.23% probability that when we break out the top, we will retrace to 25% of the IB, 30% of the time to the 50% level, and 76 to the 25 low. So that's what these guys are. There's the IB high, there's the IB low, there's 25, there's 50, there's 25 off the bottom. So these values I also push to Bookmap so that I can trade that if I want to, or if we're talking about it at the time, I can push these zones to Bookmap after 9:30. So there you go. And the bar thing, let's see what's up in the bar. This is this indicator I'm working on for the breakout and retest strategy. And the first thing I'm trying to do is get it dialed in so that I can start figuring it captures these fractals, these consolidations properly. Now you know as much as I do. Well, that was a pretty short trip, right? Yeah. Quite a weekend over here. It was warm, but sunny and nice. Well, I tell you, after doing all that testing with the hedge technique over the weekend, I was all geared up and ready to rock this morning, and then I just had that nagging feeling in the back of my mind. What about that? And I asked them, and now I'm on hold again. It's just crazy. I don't know what to think about it. And I have if I want a refund on those Lucid accounts, I can get one, no problem, as long as they've never been traded, which they have not. But if I were to trade one today, then that would be then that would, screw that up. And I'm not sure that that's what I would want to do, but I thought, think about it. And also, I can't just suddenly go back to the AMP thing, because I would have to shut down Bookmap, start up again with AMP, data, and Rhythmic, and I will have lost all of the overnight recording and all of that. So it's just freaking magical. Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm at the moment. I did do some bunch of, like I said, I figured out a way to set up the whole system here and trade them both. I got actually pretty good at it in time, where I'm, setting up the trades as required, and then I made some configuration changes to that Excel tool so that I can decide, changes. I can put long or short. It changes all the numbers around and does everything like that. So, because I need help. You can do all that math in your head. I got to have, circles and arrows and help. And last but not least, it's finals. So school run Monday and Wednesday. No school run this morning, but school run Wednesday might be earlier than normal, so that might have a big drama with the stream. I'll know more about that later today and talk about it tomorrow. Yeah, but boy, I tell you, I'm really encouraged by that. And as you pointed out, fantastic. And as you pointed out, the key is no drama, no sweat, because obviously if the trade goes in your direction and you don't trigger the hedge, lovely. If it goes down to the stop and triggers the hedge, that's the worst it's ever going to be, no matter where the market goes to zero or beyond, As near as I was able to tell, I was really fired up about it, and still am. I just need to figure out that one thing I didn't think about to do with the Lucid stuff screwed me up. So now what I'm going to probably do is tonight at the crossover, I'll shit can all this Lucid stuff and go back to my live AMP account where it's no problem. But then on the other hand is, okay, so it's one account, your money. Is it better to do the testing on one Lucid account, their money? That's where I'm thinking. But yeah, boy, really, really great. I couldn't be more thankful or appreciative, actually. That's really super. Really super. Well, what I started to do was what I did in various different, let me show you what I did here. Hold on. Now what's going on? What have I forgotten to do? Something? Okay, I don't think so. So here's the tool as it stands now. I can go long or short, and it changes everything around on this side. I've got risk. I've got my lots, entry price, contract size, stops, change all this other stuff around, as you well know. What I typically did was, as I think the method is, assuming this is a long, this is the stop for the entry. If it reaches this stop, we go long the extra 5 and short the mini. So we're locked in at 5 times 5, which is, or 5 times 10, which is which is right here. This is the break even or the average price, right? The break even price. So that's, and then what I typically did was watch the market go. Many times in testing these out, I got to a point yesterday where I wasn't even really looking at price action or oh, do I think it's going to go up from here? I just throw one on because I had a limited recording, right? So I couldn't have a lot of data. I would just wait till it got somewhere. And I tried different scenarios like, okay, I'm going to try a short from up here because that's probably, or a long from up here because that's probably going to go trigger the hedge, and see how I would manage that one out, or the other way around off the bottom. And then I would also do I'm going to go short up here looking for a mean reversion, that kind of a thing. What I ended up doing was having real successful, and the way I set up the whole thing, oh shit, hold on. The way I set up the whole thing was somewhere, right here. So this is I hope you can see this. This is the screen setup. Damn it. This is the screen setup that I traded. And here was the outcome. $600 or $700 up here and a couple $100 over here. This is the micros. These are the minis. This is how I set them up on both monitors to trade them at the same time. And there's the tool flopping along over there to the right. But it, as you can see down here, these are the different trades in the micros, and these are the minis, and it worked out super. And no stress, no muss, no fuss, as you know. So I think the way to, one of the things that I'm not sure about, but I believe is the case, that once you get back to this average price, you can take it off right there and you will have, this will be scratch, and you will have the 2.5 points stop on the mini, which would be the cheapest all out without any profit. And then what I would try to do, if any of that makes sense, yeah, it was. I was all really excited about this, and then I just had that nagging thought in the back of my mind about these guys, and so I now need to readdress that whole idea and think about it. But yeah, really, really fantastic idea. Poppy, what we're doing is, this is a concept that Anton came up with here and shared graciously, thank God. The purpose of the stream, pretty much, in my opinion, about a way to hedge legally if you have your own live account, of course, and in most cases a prop account, you can do this. And it is a legal way to hedge, and just it isn't that you, as you just heard us discussing here on our reading, it's a way to, it's essentially, in my opinion, I don't know, Anton, you trade options, so you can speak to this better than me, but it's almost like trading an option, because once the hedge is triggered, that's it. That is your maximum risk exposure, no matter where the market goes. You can do better than that, but that's the worst you can ever do. And I'm talking about, one of the things I had to do here, which is, I need to explain, I guess. I suppose you know that I don't like to trade, I don't like to see P&L in dollars on my charts. But, big but in order to see what's going on, because I couldn't figure out yet how to have Bookmap consolidate all your positions to one account thing, which seems pretty weird to me, but they don't. Notice that this is the parameters for the micros. This is the parameters for the minis, and I couldn't get the twain to, so in order to understand where I was as far as risk and etc., I had to change the metrics up here from ticks to dollars. It was just a lot easier for me to do. So there's that. So as this all ended up, and you can see I traded the bejesus out of things down here, and this is about the third restart. I traded it yesterday afternoon and into the night. I'm actually kind of tired because my wife called out and said, "Hey, dummy, it's 11 o'clock, 2300, get to bed." So there you are. But let me see if I can, yeah, there we go. This ended up being $512.50, and the stop ended up, or the mini ended up $262. So yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. And as you know, once again, the real pleasure of it is, okay, here we are. Let's just, we don't have to. Where the hell is the thing that tells me how I'm zoomed in or out? Oh, well, doesn't matter. No sweat, no stress. And if the hedge doesn't trigger, the trade's going your way. What a pleasure. Yeah, really great, man. I am real excited, really encouraged, I tell you. I thought about the re-entering the hedge once too. Once I closed that leg off, and then it might have gone against me or did something different. And in fact, one time, or maybe more than one time, I did that when price came right back to the original spot. So I just picked it back up again. But yeah, that's I'm real, and now that I'm going to have more days, I traded the bejesus out of Friday, and it got to a point where, okay, I know what's going to happen here, which I don't like to do. When I do replay testing, I always go back a bunch of days because I don't remember what I had for breakfast, basically. So it's pretty easy for me to go back a couple of weeks and I don't remember what price did, especially in any kind of detail. But after Saturday and Sunday of trading Friday, I was kind of knowing what happened. So I'm looking forward to these additional recordings. Yeah. Yeah. It's just another way, Pop, of managing risk. After all we are today in this environment, I believe, and maybe every day, maybe forever, but currently, absolutely for sure, our primary directive as traders is to preserve our account. And the first way you do that is manage your risk. And that's what we're working on. This is no secret bullet, no, stupid, I'm going to go long here and short down here and see which one, no YOLO stuff. This is just common sense risk management. And to be honest about it, all this crap about, these prop firms and everybody going, oh, you can't hedge, that's not this, that. Stop and think about America is the origination place for hedge funds. Who are the most profitable outfits around besides Jane Street, I guess? Hedge funds, This whole concept of, that's not a fair representation of you trading or whatever. Bullshit. It's a fair representation of me managing my risk just like the most profitable people on the planet. But I understand why they do that, and that's their business. So you play by their rules or you don't. And that's why I was so encouraged to find out that there had been so many changes in the prop environment And that, for example, with Lucid, you can also swing and hold them overnight as long as your account is big enough to handle the margin change, you know, which is pretty cool. I've not intended to do that, but you know, and the fact that you can do this type of hedging. Jesus, remember Top Step? You know, they used to make you do two complete combines, and if you wanted to trade, if your account was a 50,000 account or something, or you could trade 5 minis, you could only trade 5 micros. They wouldn't honor the ratio of micros to minis. It's ridiculous. But I mean, that's why that's why Patak has a big house in Aspen, and you know, and they're not in it because they're altruistic. They're in it because they want to make money. So good for them. Yeah, emotions. That you're absolutely right. I noticed that completely, and I was really, you know, I was kind of all champed up here and foaming at the bit to get on this morning, and then now I'm kind of pulled back thinking, ooh, what do I want to do here? I'd have to in order to do that and not get a rule bust, I'd have to decouple the multi-account trader, only trade one of them, and yeah, and think about it, in other words. And I've got to make sure I get Tam up at 10, and I'm not just standing here busily running my mouth off. Okay, what's going on? Let's take a quick run around the roses now that I've been flapping my mouth long enough about all this, because can you tell I'm excited? It really was a fun weekend, actually. Very encouraging. Let me put it that way. So here we go. Here's a bar. Oh, baby, we got the first one here. Do we have a breakout and a retest? No. Well, unless you call that one, but it isn't. Did this capture? Didn't capture the consolidation very well here. So I guess I would need to increase my range. That's a hard one. And what's happening over here in this world? Well, the IB low, now this is something that Edgeful makes a deal about, which just makes sense. There is a very specific statistic that the IB, whichever IB is put in first, the other side is the most likely to be taken out for the statistic. And there is data about that in Edgeful. So let's just pretend that this is, first of all, is it working? Yeah, okay. I don't know what these freaking T's are. They're not supposed to be there. If it's the Edgeful thing. Let me point out for the newcomers here. Anything that's visible here is just like these triggers are simply signal markers, coded separate and apart from the actual trading rules. And something is obviously not right here, because these signal markers should not be firing with these V-pound variables up here. They should not be firing until after the IB is set, which is not until 9:30, remember? So, sorry, oops. But anyway, the story here is that, just succinctly, assuming that this is past 9:30 and the IB is set, price breaks out, which is the way I've coded this, not using the wick, but using the body, breaks out, opens below, closes above. In the Edgeful data, you can change it to be the wick or the close. Anyway, let's assume that it's the body or the breakout. Then price will pull back to the 25% zone, 63 point whatever it was percent of the time. 38 to the 50. And so how do you trade that? The idea is you don't enter up here. You enter when it gets here. And the way I've coded this up is to enter between 25 and 50. And the stop is below the 50. See how it works. Now, I don't trade these things live on the account, on Bookmap, until I have thoroughly vetted them the real way. By doing a back test of a statistically significant data set, and determining, which I do, since we're talking about it, right here. Each one of these lines is a back test of a specific setup. These are the minis. There's a whole section of micros above. There's micros. There's a whole section of minis above them. Every one of those is a back test. Over 599 days, 442 trades, winners, losers, and it gives the win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward, consistent, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, and gross profit, etc. So that's the data that I believe you need to have in order to properly trade. Another tool that I cooked up based on something that Edgeful does, which might be interesting, is this risk calculator. You determine what kind of risk aggressiveness that you want to have for your instrument you're trading, or you want it to be in ticks or in dollars. It tells you what the average ticks should be for your stop. It tells you how, and it figures it out based on the package size, and then it tells you based on your win rate what the percentage of probability is that you will achieve 9 consecutive stops in a row. There you go, another one. And that is based on a tool which I think I think you can actually get to this risk calculator without having an Edgeful account, I think. So here is the similar idea. If you want to have a $1,000 account, you want to risk $400, you're a donut. It tells you right down here you have you have a 100% chance of blowing up the account. 40, let's go do that. Okay. 4% per trade, 25 trades, $40 per trade. You don't have any probability that you're going to blow up 25 trades in a row. So in other words, they came up with this, and I was quite pleased that happened just actually after I had coded the other one. So there you go. Now we've just pushed the IB high up some more. Oh boy, they're making all-time highs, baby, as fast as they can go. They're going for 7,500, I guess. Oops. Wrong screen. What's new? What's new in the zoo, boo-boo? Excuse me. Oh, you know what I didn't do yet? Oh, bad Billy. Bad boomer. Bad. Let's get some tunes going around here. Let's do that. Now, our news came and went. We're in an 69% greed factor. Well, that's not too hard to imagine, is it? Home sales were a miss. Okay. All right, back. Man, what's going on here? What are you doing now, Jimmy? What else is happening here? Let's just check. Well, overlapping higher value. Looks like that's leaving some singles along the road here, aren't we? No, that's value area. Sorry about that. Never mind. I really don't know. I don't know how come or why, but yesterday when I was on my 7-mile journey, I came across a Jim Dalton thing for this week. You know, it was like 3 hours before I listened to it yesterday. He must be doing another intensive. That's what he usually does. And he was talking about that the last few days have been a blow off top and all this kind of stuff. So I was amused by that. Of course, it's not 9:30 yet, so the IB high is not in place, and we keep punching it up. The IB 30 has been achieved quite handily. If you know what that is, which is, I'm sure everybody here does. Rod's the one that cooked that up, our old friend Rod from Static and TLab. Very succinctly, it is that the high or low of the first 30 minutes has a 90+% probability of being exceeded by the high or low of the second 30 minutes of the RTH trading session, referred to as the IB 30. The old original initial balance statistic is then referred to as the IB 60. And what that IB is, which we're going to put in here in about 5 minutes, in case you're not aware, is based on this statistic. First of all, you notice that IRT is conveniently highlighted our lower end range, so we got that right from the pre-market. Aren't we cool? They change the text color of revisited levels from black to blue. I don't have this set to update automatically all the time because I'm trying to keep the cycles down on my stuff, but you just click that and it'll do it. But we still haven't gotten the overnight mid, which is kind of surprising. Okay, I just thought it was stuck. Anyway, the initial balance statistic is the most probable of all 4 open types every day. Today, it's a 98.2% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited at some point in this RTH trading session between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600. In other words, after the IB sets from the first hour, There's a 98.2% probability the price will be revisited at some point before the session closes. What's that mean? It means that there's a 1.8% probability that neither one of them will be revisited. And there's a 32.8, which is about what it always is, percent probability that they'll both be revisited. That's the IB stat. This is different than my specific rules over here, which should be pointed out, I guess. That only means that at some point the price will go wicking up through there. That's it. Which does, as I said before, over here, make a difference. Now, there's the IB, and that's the freaking gapful. I always forget. I can do this right here, I guess. So here it is, and this is by wick. Now watch what happens if I change. So it's 75 and 22, okay? Let's watch what happens if I change it to close. $83 and 13%. And that doesn't seem intuitive to me. What does that say? This is also something pretty cool that they have, which makes it pretty handy. So, the initial balance high. By wick, this is initial balance single break, okay? By wick means that right there, oh wait, this is the initial balance high. Boom, 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 and it keeps pushing up. And there's the bottom, there's the low. By wick would mean it just wicks up through it. The close means the candle opens below and closes above. So that's, I guess, should be clear. This one is the candle. There's the low. Well, let me see, that didn't make sense to me. Okay, so here's the high, and there would be the break. This doesn't seem right. It should be the high. I don't know why the high keeps going up like that. Anyway, whatever. I'm just getting my head around this whole thing here. I was grandfathered into this thing, and then I kind of let it drop, and I realized that what I'm trying to do with Edgeful is, hold on. What I'm trying to do with Edgeful, God damn. Wow, got the sneezes here for some reason. But what I'm trying to do with Edgeful is eliminate all the rabbit holes I spend hours down doing this coding, because I'm not a code monkey. But I very definitely believe in statistics and probabilities is the answer to trading. So, because of the way I approach trading. So, there you go. And that's why I'm trying to use that for statistical edge. There you go. I don't know what else to say. Well, the IB is in play, boys and girls. What does that mean? That means the high will no longer go up. The low will no longer go down. You know, it never did. And there is a 98.2% probability that one or the other of them will be taken out. That's what that means. And if you want to believe the statistics and the data, the probability is the IB high, because the IB low was put in first and the high was put in second. So the high becomes the likely suspect to be exceeded. makes sense, I guess, doesn't it? And look at us go. What is this now? This looks to me like, oops, that's got to be news. That's what that is. Let's see what Walter's got to say over here. Boom. Well, nothing. This doesn't look like very up to the minute. I don't know anything about this. Oh, and Trump is off to China this week, huh? That ought to be something. I don't know anything about X. I don't do social media stuff. I don't see anything on Walter Bloomberg here. 51 minutes ago, markets see lower recession break. Lower recession risk as Goldman turns more bullish. Oh boy. Okay. What this Poppy, what this Walter Bloomberg thing is it's a entrepreneur, a guy, a Swiss guy who's been a member of this thing forever, apparently. He has a Bloomberg terminal and he posts continuously in his X account thing called Walter Bloomberg at Delta One. He posts in there, and if it's an all caps post, it is directly from the Bloomberg terminal. So seems like more current frequently than Financial Juice and certainly investing.com. But that had to be something, that big pop down there. I don't know what, but let's see if we can find out something about that over here. Oh, well, here. Oh, that's right. Einstein's having a chat at 9:30. Well, why didn't I know that? Trump participates in a maternal health care event. Okay. I don't see why that would dump the market, but something did, and I'm guessing that had to be part of it. So there you go. There we go. Man, I'm dying to do this hedge thing. I don't know what to do about it. If I pick one account and just do that, I guess I could always just add another one to get the 5 untraded. I guess. Something like that. I just can't. I wish I could just switch quickly over to AMP, but I only found all of this out about 10 minutes before the stream started this morning, and I want to have this a full recording of the of both instruments, so I can play with this thing. Yeah, this is really interesting technique. What's happening with that bar? What did that bar do? Wow. Oh, there's a breakout for you. Yeah. Something's wrong here. Oh no, okay. I'm gonna go, wait a minute. That can't be right. So the pullback and continuation zones are now pulling. This is old standard IB, FIBC, coded up pretty much as rod, and I figured it out. Actually, I figured it out and then coded it. For your, for anyone's information, Poppy, this is just got to start someplace, right? So there's an IB high, IB low. If price comes up through the IB, there's two options. You can go to the continuation zone, back to the trigger for the trade. You can come down to the pullback zone, back to the trigger for the trade. And there's one, those two are associated for both IB high and IB low. And these levels are, as you see here, they're the values. It's just, this is the IB. So the continuation or pullback zone, either one, are 3 to 5 points either side of the IB. And the trigger is 1 point either side of the IB. Just pull the number out of the air. Rod and I were talking about it. He said, why don't you try this? And got to start somewhere. So, and these are hard and fast. And it trades with a risk neutral 2-lot is how this works. And in this case, it's trailing. Let me make sure I'm not lying to you. I like to lie to you, but you know. So there's a 16 point tick stop, 16 tick T2, 64 tick, T1, 64 tick T2, and at 16 ticks. Oh, I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna make this 0. It'll trail. Why did that quit? Okay. At 16 ticks, which is T1, it'll trail the entry. A minute ago, I had it trailing to T1, so that would have been all in, all out. Yeah, okay, there we go. As you may or may not know, this is IRT. This is the trading system definition where you build trading systems, which can trade live, but I haven't got there yet. But I backtest the bejesus out of this stuff, which is, you see, so. And this is all, anything that trades over here, or is depicted as traded over here, is just a graphic representation of what the signals were over this way and in the simulated environment. And all this is really simple. The system looks at every 30-second bar or candle, or whatever you're going to call it, time period, and evaluates every one of these rules. If they evaluate to one, usually rule number 1, and I'm not very imaginative, it's A, B, and trigger. So that's how it works. And that's what it is. There's absolutely no discretion involved. That's the way you have to backtest something, not just, oh, I did this and I think that, I look back last week and whatever else. That's the part that bothers me. And this is all based on my interpretation or my understanding and education and whatnot around statistics. In order to have a statistically significant data set, it has got to be large enough to be outside the possibility of random distribution. And what that means is, if you take I think everybody understands a coin flip is 50-50. If you flip a coin 10 times, I don't think anybody is surprised if you didn't get 50% heads or tails, or if you get more tails than heads. That's random distribution. You flip it 1,000 times, you're likely to be pretty close to 50-50 or 49-51 or whatever. Now this, if you want to believe in beta, this was the quintessential V reversal for a long with a hedge setup, because the probability that we're going to take out the high, the IB high, is extremely good or extremely high in this environment, in this market. So you had a lot of upside going for you. Or you do have a lot of upside going for you. And think about it, if you got long down here at 26, not a player, huh? There's 10 handles. You just went past 10 handles and didn't have so much as a wink. Didn't have so much as a wink of drawdown. Really a great idea, Anton. I'll tell you what, I am forever in your debt about that one. I hope everything's going. I haven't been watching the news or anything. I hope this, ceasefire story is helping over there in Ukraine. Well, I wish I could easily. One thing about Bookmap that's a pain in the ass. I wish you could easily switch accounts, but you got to go all the way back to Rhythm, and you can't easily switch accounts in Rhythmic. And if I did that, then all the data and the recording would go poof. IRT would have it all because it would pull the data download again, and it would just all be the same again. But it's a Bookmap that would go poof. Poof. I'm gonna go get some tea so you guys get ready to trade here, because I'm gonna fill up my glass. That means that some wonderful thing will happen. Yeah, I stumbled across all of those last night and yesterday, exactly. And another one too, you got to have a big note to self someplace in front of your screens is to cancel, flatten, or cancel any outstanding orders. Because if you haven't gotten the hedge or something like that hasn't hit, then those things are still living down there somewhere. And if you want to take off your after the hedge, if you want to take off the entire position, you got to bump that particular one up to a 10 lot. You're exact. Yeah, I got it. Absolutely. And I'm sure, last night or yesterday or whatever, standing here with replay, it was all calm, cool, and collected. And I suppose my butt would be all clenched up on the first one I go live. But the overwhelming thing that I noticed was, wow, this is slick. Because there's, as you say, even replaying, I don't know about you, but I feel very fortunate that I have always had the same emotional charge around whether it's a sim prop, top step thing or something like that. I've always had the exact same emotional feelings as I do on a live account, my own live money. So I feel like that's lucky, and I don't try to do anything about it, I treat them exactly live. Sometimes I'm too conservative, I guess, because I'm thinking that way, but I'd rather be too conservative than not enough, I think. But I definitely noticed that one. And one of the things that I need in Bookmap now, it's whether you're putting in, or for example, if you want to put if I right click here right now, I'd be in a short up here. So if you want to put something in the direction of the trade, like for example, the hedge, you got to shift and then either right or left click. So that's something that is, I haven't done much, so it's not a muscle memory there. I need to develop that also. So my plan is that, every night, which is when I normally do all this homework stuff, I'm going to trade the bejesus out of them. Today I'll use today because I traded Friday so much I know it upside down and backwards, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And that piece about how you get off it, how do you close it all off at the minimum drawdown? So I think it's, if you want to get away from it, the minute it comes across the average price, you just flatten everybody, I think. And you see, out the top we go. Hose, nose, anything goes. Here we are. Wouldn't that have been a pleasure? The 23s out to 40s. Yeah, I've always recognized that as a blessing. When I would try these goofy YOLO things like, put non-farm payroll, you figure out what the average swing over the last 10 releases are, and you put your stop, you put a long above and a short below and think you're going to get somewhere. I could never do that. It just felt like, well, why don't you go to Nevada or something? Didn't make any sense. Okay. And here we are. There's that IB banging on heaven's door up here. So now if we take this IB with on the IBEF tab, then we'll be looking for the pullback to 25 and it'll go long and the stop below 50. I can push them across. I'm not sure which to push actually. I think I'll push the old-fashioned one across because it's let me see how this works here. Bear with me. I'm sorry that this does this, but it does. What can I tell you? Okay. Now the next data dump, we should have the initial price, the pullback and continuation zones over here, and there they are. How cute, isn't it? And there's the IB. So we should have an A signal on that trade, and if it gets up to here into this continuation zone, comes back to the trigger zone, that should be a long, and vice versa going the other way. Let's see what's happening now over here. And there we are. There's the A, and it's a little, this lag is killing me again. Now look at this, 25 seconds. I don't know what to do about that. Didn't make it to the continuation zone, is back to the trigger zone. Who's on third? And here we have the EF. There's the breakout, assuming it closes above. And then there will be the 25, and away we go. I don't know which to think I want to trade, to be honest with you. I got my butt handed to me so many times on this old-fashioned. And the thing about this IB, Poppy, that you don't understand, or, you know, would have no way of, is it traded great for a couple of 3 months, November, December, and part of January, and then all of a sudden it just went tits up. I mean, it just suddenly started. The way that you properly deal with a statistically vetted setup is you do not change anything as long as all of the parameters of the vetted setup are within tolerance. In other words, as long as the consecutive stops in a row are within tolerance, that's how you do it. Now we have a B right up here, and it's approaching the pullback. Well, I have to make a decision, or the trigger zone, I have to make a decision here whether I'm going to go long in this thing or not. And Trump is still talking. Ooh. That's a hard one. This is where the hedge would be so wonderful. There's the trigger. That is a trade triggered for that particular setup. But I'll be honest with you, with Mr. Microphone around, I'm spooked. Now the 25% pullback there's the mid, so it's 28s to 42s, and 24. So about 12 points down here would be the 25% pullback. Here's where that, man, I'm telling you, that hedge thing is such a great idea, because I would have no hesitation to put the trade on, and look at what's happening. Poppy, don't misunderstand, if you're still around, I hope. Don't misunderstand that this is no magic thing or any kind of hocus pocus. But what it does is, much like an option, once you put that on and you've accepted that risk, that is the maximum amount of risk you can get, no matter what price does, or that you could experience no matter what price does. So that's a big one. Now, did this get to the pullback zone? Not even close. Here's the 25%, which is 34s, okay? So let's do this. Let me come over here, and we'll try to do, oh, look at here, we go with Mr. Line Draw. Anton showed me how to do all that line stuff, so that's pretty cool. So there, oops, I don't want a vertical line. He showed me how to do everything except the right thing. I guess it's important to pick the right line, right? Yeah, come on. Support your local boomer. There we go. And the 50 is 26.25. So now we've got both of our stuff going on over here. Oh yeah, well, and what a concept, you see? Isn't that neat how it works out? There's 50%. And what those are is, I'm just pulling those values here. 25, 50, 25, 50. Boom, easy. No trade there yet. What's going on over here? Should be in a trade, yep. Should be in a trade short. We're in a trade long and in drawdown. So that's exactly correct. Man, I'm dying to do this hedge thing. I don't know how I can get loose from all these other accounts so that I can do it one account at a time, but that seems pretty stupid. The whole thinking behind these accounts. The whole thinking behind these accounts is these prop things is that you multiply your factor by however many. So if you make $500 or $100 on one, you made $500 on the day. Obvious. What happened? Are we rich yet? Oh, come on. Well, there's what happens when you take them mechanically. It is signaled exactly, so that's kind of cool. And there's the A, the B, and the trigger correctly in place. What happened to bar over here? So nobody home. Remember that there is there's a single break of 75% probability. Let's get back to I'm not sure why the probability would be higher on the by close than on the by wick. I think that's weird. I would have thought the other way around. And of course, that makes a big difference. The time frame of your candle makes or of the reporting makes a big difference, because if it's by close, means that the close of the 5-minute bar has got to be above the IB. If it's by wick, time frame doesn't matter because it's high or low. That's hopefully obvious. Now let's look at the by day. Let's say it's Monday. So it's a 72, an 8, and a 20. Let's look at the next one, which is by retracement. So there's a 70%, 69, 23 that we're going to retrace to the 25% level, and only 30% we're going to retrace to 50. So that looks pretty, oh wait, days to use, you see here? Uncle Boomer blew it. Where are the days to use? There we go. Let's use Monday. Got to make sure all the data is right. Even more so, 54% we're going to take it out on, we're going to get to 55%, and only 18% we're going to draw under 50. Nice. Let's see what the rejection is. The IB high formed first. This is the probability. The IB low formed first. This is the probability of the first break being the IB high. Well, we had that, you see. So that's why, leaning on the data, you could have gotten long down here, and the probability would be 79% in your favor. You're going to take the IB high. Cool, huh? Great. Yeah, and the long leg's going to keep going till, who knows where. The moon, Alice. Cool. I do copy these things and then poke them in later, obviously, because I have the chat always up. Poppy, if you have any questions or anything, speak up. I'm just kind of rambling on here. And looking at data. having the data on your side too is also another, coupled with the hedge, is a huge psychological uplift as far as to me, as far as emotional capital, which is a big deal. What? What? Well, are we rich yet? Let's see here. I bumped into someone. I bumped into something over the weekend in my travels that was doing deviation bands. Interesting concept of the person. I don't remember who the hell it even was. Some YouTube thing, I'm sure. His concept, I'm pretty sure it was his. The concept of value area is one standard deviation either side of the VWAP, having nothing to do with the POC. In this case, they're both on top of each other. What a coincidence. But never talked about the POC or the volume profile, but VWAP. And one standard deviation either side of it was value area. So he would trade return to value, or, basically mean reversion off of that value area. Two hedge trades out of 4 trades. Yeah, those are the little ones that can get you. But it's, the same with anything. Just get used to the rules, and then it's the required procedures, and then it's a no-brainer. Well, we're sneaking towards that 25%, aren't we? Right there. Remember that 70 humping another something percent of the time. Okay, so 55% of the days we retrace to that IB 25. Wick on Monday. And where we have done that, 79% of, when the IB low was put in first, the IB high was taken out 79%, which came to pass already. So, Yahoo, buckaroo. Cool. Let's get back to the, now if you're looking for targets above is when this comes to play. IB size 0 to 5%. Not sure what the hell that means, but and Mondays, we don't have Mondays in here. So what this says is that if the IB is taken, these are the probabilities that price will achieve these percentages, standard deviations above the IB high. In other words, 50% is going to get is 61.54, and that means then that, I don't think there's a picture down here, but maybe there is. That those can be used as target. No, there's not one down there. Those can be used as targets above. So in other words, 50% of the IB, which is basically, what's the IB? 42 to 10, so it's 32 points. So 16 of them. So 16 points above the IB high would be a high probability target for price, statistically. What, Bandana? You want to get up in the window and lay on the gloves? I heard it. My exercise is pressing the cat. He's getting so big. And you have to be, one of the things about these statistics that I find comforting in a way, and then also figures into the discipline about it all. If it doesn't get to that target that you've predefined with your statistics, then that's that. It's not like, oh shit, let's chase. I want to get into this and FOMO that and something else. No, that's pretty important. Did I change this? Let's see something here. What have we got? 250s? Yeah, okay, great. So this would have stopped out, I'm sure. Let's check. Yeah, stopped out right there. Full stop. Ooh, VPOC migration. Where's Antonio? He's not around today, that little dog. He's, missed his big event here. VPOC migration. One of the things I used to do, which you may or may not know, I used to track VPOC migrations here with these flags. Like that. Migrating VPOC. Okay, I don't do that anymore, because I realized, first of all, that I was not clever enough when I started to sequence them. In other words, VPOC migration 1, 2, 3. So you knew how the VPOC had moved and formed. But what I did before and it makes more sense to me actually at this point, is Blue Boy. So there's Blue Boy. Here's active data. There is no question what kind of context we have. Getting an awful lot of lines around here for me, but and look at how that one standard deviation is working, but there's no question about it. And up we go, huh? Hi-ho, up we go. Now these breakouts, now this would be a classic breakout bar trade, right? Which is breakout and retest. There's the consolidation right here. Boop, boop. There's a breakout, back. What I think needs to happen is a breakout and back and then continue up. But that's a trade that I have not figured out yet. And it's been real profitable for lots of the static fellas. Specifically Rod and Jorgensen and Harry, I guess I should say. $11.16, huh? Right there. Oh, nice trade. Right there. Cool. Yeah, right up. Okay. Nice long. Good for you. There's been several pretty, I wouldn't say obvious, but, you know, seeming so. I'm not sure what to do about this account that I'm on, because I don't want to, if I make a trade now and it copies them, then that's all set in stone. I've got them for perpetuity. I'm not sure if I'd want a refund or why I would have to think about it. Unfortunately, I didn't dig to the bottom of all this stuff until this morning, just before the stream started, like, I don't know, 7:30 or something. Yeah, and we're gonna pop the top. Look at there's a big bunch of liquidity laying there at 46s, huh? And then 49s, and of course the 50 handle. 7,500. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Timing is everything. Timing is everything. No trade signals on over here. One trade signaled on the old-fashioned IBC, IBF. Stop. Nothing yet. The reason there's no A trade here, A signal over here, there's a specific cadence or criteria or sequence that I coded for that signal, and that is that the lows below the close, the highs above the, or, you know, the close can be above the IB as well, but the important part is that it's coming from the bottom up, and the pre-signal bar needs to have a open lower than the close. So the idea is, I thought it was important to have price moving in the correct direction. And that's not what's going on over here. That's not what happened here or here. So there's not an IB going on there anywhere. There's not an A signal. Look at this thing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know what a blow off top looks like, but I guess if I had to be one. Well, I'm out of both green tea and water, so I'm well, this is working out sweet in your favor. Good for you, man. I'm sort of disappointed. I don't know. Spilt milk. I'm sure glad I asked them because I was completely ready to start rocking on this thing this morning with all 5 of them, and that would have been quite a big disappointment. Another thing that I really liked about the hedge idea and the configuration, as you know, you suggested it, and then I tested out, is this trading two micros is, and you know, risk neutral trade on 2 micros is pretty slow going, and I'm not so sure, but kind of feels better with the other idea, you know, with the more starting with a 5 micro hedge, starting with a 5 micro trade instead of 2. Seems more felt better. Let me put it that way. Nice buy the dips there, man. Buy the dips and sell the rips, huh? That would be the philosophy of the day, I think. And I wouldn't be doing any selling the rips because context is up. So I want to be on the wrong side of the fence. And no trades on any of the rest of these things here. There's the only trade taken by the system so far is that traditional, and it's blown up. So. After I found out the story with the with Lucid and the hedge, I thought, well, I better confirm that, you know, it's there's not some goofy thing going on with my live amp account. So I pinged those guys and I said, I just want to confirm that there's no rules or anything about you know, long micros and short minis or anything like that on the account. And the guy answers right back and goes, no, that would be a rule violation. And my stomach dropped through my feet. And I go, oh, sorry. I didn't read correctly. Yeah, no problem. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, well, maybe I'm talking too much and we're talking, you know, thinking about all of this hedging stuff. So yeah, focus on your trading. But the good part is you're making money. So there you go. Really, you know, just like I don't look at in TLab during the trading day, and I don't look at it at static either. This is enough to keep me. I figure until I'm at a point of unconscious competence, like driving a car, flying a plane, sailing a boat, whatever it is, you know, where you can do something else and think about something completely different and do a great job of that at the same time. Well, then I'm going to stick like this. No, they can't, because it's the reason for it was he said, no, you can't do that because the trade. He said what his first answer was, no, you can't do that because you go long one and short one, you're flat, so there's no trade. He said, oh, I misunderstood. You're right. Yeah, no problem. It wasn't that it was a rule, it was that you couldn't do that because you'd be flat. And I'm still disappointed about the trade copy thing, but I don't quite understand their logic. If it's okay on one account and you're simply copying that one account to others, why would that make a difference? Sure some clever whiz-bang figured out that it was going to cost them money somehow, or, you know, I don't know what, but it's not apparent to me. The NQ is just a chop fest when you really look at it. Values overlapping higher, but it's pretty much a chop fest. What's going on here? Why did I do that? This thing and I don't get along sometimes. No lags. All the data's there. I guess I can't complain. Yeah, that's one hell of a plus. Congratulations. I think I told you that it's ATAS is supported by AMP and whoever else. Obviously, and of course Rhythmic. Oh, wait. Well, I guess ATAS can run Rhythmic. But then I guess if you're not using Bookmap or IRT, what the hell difference does it make, right? You use 2 tin cans and a string, I guess. And that was the Rhythmic was the big deciding factor in all of my choices here and my decisions because of needing that data to drive Bookmap and IRT. And then I had to find when I was looking at Lucid, we ended up at Lucid for this de-risking. They supported it. Trade, I think I might have told you this, but I originally grabbed a Tradeify, which is the prop arm of Tradeivate. Tradeivate being purchased and owned by NinjaTrader. Not that I really care much about that, but the fact that, okay, they're well established, got lots of money, supported, blah, blah, blah. Not like Joe Shit the Ragman does a prop shop, right? So, but they don't support Rhythmic. So, or Bookmap. They support Rhythmic, I guess, in a sense, but not Bookmap. In other words, neither Bookmap nor IRT had an API in their data provider configuration for them. So, there you go. And you see how little I use the heat map. I have it choked down to just liquidity that I think matters from the book. Frankly, all of the big, colors and dots and like I think I've mentioned before, I can't even, when I see some of those things, screenshots, like I can't even see where price is. It just looks like turtle soup to me. So, each their own, eh? And a lot of people love it and do great with it, and that's super. Let me see something here, like this, for example. I don't even like that because I don't like this greenish background color. That's why I use the old, and you have to, in order to get to that black, you've got to go to heat. Wait a minute. Yeah, settings. You got to go to include legacy color map in order to get the black and white thing. So, yeah. I think I use the heat map more from the price and the liquidity and just the way the layout is of the chart and the volume stuff over here. Obviously, I don't look at all the other much. And here we are. We're going to hit the 50s, and sure as Christ, they want 7,500 by nightfall. Great. Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought after I said that, I realized how stupid that must have been. Who would build X, that, Project Top Step X and all that crap. That's why they shit can me and so many other traders, because they refuse to support any other data or platform to this, and still, that's the case. But if I were building a platform, I would try to make it as usable by anyone in as many circumstances as I could. And considering there's only really basically 2 data providers, CQG and rhythmic, you would, I bet it's not too hard. I don't know what's going on anywhere else. Let me see what's happening in static, maybe. Oh, good. 4 lot lefties. Doing good. 4 for 4 today, he says. Good for him. Good for him. This would just, you know, completely bamboozle me. I don't know what all this stuff is. This is all new stuff I didn't know about before, but yeah, I'm glad that it helps, but I don't know. These are new things, I guess, here. I don't even know what that is. I was looking at some heat map pictures. It's this one guy just keeps posting them all. A bunch of his own. So. What is dynamic POC? You mean just like over here developing POC? Yeah, what you... Yeah, I couldn't get along with the So let's see now, 11 o'clock. I think there's been any new developments on the Crazy Town circuit. 1,500 Trump host football champions. Okay, cool. Trump clears way for more beef imports, aiming to bring down reported high prices. Well, that's going to make all the ranchers pretty happy. Yeah, he's still talking. 1044. Well, I guess he's through now, but he's 1057. He's still talking. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, there you are. And there you have it. Yeah, absolutely. If all of that stuff helps anyone trade, that's fantastic. I have never say anything about that. As just as I don't say anything about or have any feelings one way or another. I kind of envy guys like Tom Hogarth, you know, or some of those guys that, you know, what's the Dakota or whatever his name is, that they don't have VWAP, they don't have volume, they don't have session prices, they don't have anything. You have a bar chart or a candle. And they make buttloads of money. price action. Good for them. I'm just jealous, I guess. And then there's guys like VWAP Jesus who, same idea. And I'm not positive, but I think he makes money and good for him. I mean, that's great, whatever works. Yeah, okay, there you go. I have both on my IRT. I keep the colors the same as Bookmap or vice versa. Developing POCs is yellow boy, and then the red one is where we are at the real one, supposed to be. This is not correct. This is not up to date because of this, I guess. There you go. And there we went up, and now they're together. So there you are. And then the VWAPs and the mid and IBs. Try to keep all the colors consistent. So I don't get confused. Sure as the world. Out the top they're going to go. You know that 4900 up there is, or that 50 is about as juicy as it can get. About as juicy as they get. Speaking of juicy, got some more food here. Yeah, I'll become sleeping on this thing. So excited about the. It's like a kid at Christmas, I guess. Once again, we have the anomaly that I was talking about Friday. In the market profile world, a P-shaped profile is considered hold on, I'm trying to type. P-shaped profile indicates short covering. Now, maybe it's just the perspective that makes it look like a P-shaped profile, because if you look over here, still in a sense it does. And even Dalton said that yesterday when I happened to bump into that thing from him, indicating P-shape, short covering. Okay, where the hell are the shorts from? This is all-time highs. Is it people getting short in these last days, trying to call a breakout or blow off top or whatever it is? I don't know. I don't know how that can work. Well, banging around up here at the top pretty hard. Gonna keep testing that 50 a few times, I suppose, until they get a bunch of people short calling the top, trying to pick a top. And then there's, now I can see short covering. You get a bunch of, you start banging on the top up here a bunch of times, and all the boys and girls that want to call the top are shorting it with their stops just to cross the other side of the 50, and then bing, bang, boom. I think in order to avoid doing something else stupid mundo, I'm going to shut that off right there like that. And over here like that. Okay, now I can't make a mistake and actually accidentally click over here in the data column or get a trade on or an order in, because I'm not clear exactly what I'm thinking about this situation now. Boy, I was fired up like couldn't sleep last night and up early this morning, all excited to get going with this thing, and then glad I had the foresight to think, well, let me just confirm these rules one more time. I don't know what would happen about that. Is it just me, or did this thing go into auto slow here all of a sudden? No, me too. I was just surprised at all. Every Sunday I do 7, 8, 10, something like that mile walk, and obviously bored, so you listen to whatever. And I just happened to be YouTube and zooming, doom scrolling YouTube, and I saw something from him that had just been posted a couple hours before, which surprised me because he usually, is not very active anymore unless he's going to do one of his quote unquote intensives. But yeah, he didn't mean anything to me either. But it was kind of interesting that just here, it was only like 4 minutes or something like that. I think I probably recounted the story of the time I did take an intensive from him, and it was just a, marketing bullshit, BS thing. Way back when, years ago. I think with a lot of the people that, first of all, if somebody doesn't trade live, or you know how I feel about rearview mirror trading, I just don't find much use in that anymore. But those people who do trade live, it's important for me to have it be relative, like Tom Hogarth. Well, I'm not gonna trade a school run with a 40-point stop on the NQ, and even if it's one lot, never mind that he's trading 10 or 20 lots. I happened to listen to him last night trying to fall asleep, trading the EU session. And he upped his size because his account has now grown from $100,000 to $128,000. So he upped the size again. Well, that's great for him and all those things, but if those kinds of like the stops and all those parameters around a trade are just way out of my wheelhouse, it's meaningless to me. The espresso trade, 20-point difference either side, and then this which means the stop is further away than that. Doesn't do me any good. Oh, I didn't know that. Dalton? Maybe that's what it was then. I had never even paid attention for such a long time. Julia, when I did that intensive way back when, he had some gal from Key West, actually, that was like his sidekick or helper or whatever else, named Julia. I think he lives in Arizona or something. So his screensaver was like Tahoe ski area or something. If I remember all that right. Meaningless data. Boy, they are sure banging around under these 50s, aren't they? There's a bar for sure. They better hurry or they're going to run out of the old guy here. I smell pretty wonderful smells coming from the kitchen there. Yeah, that whole take your profits thing. Yeah, Rod and those guys were having a discussion about now that he's of the opinion and has observed that market, risk neutral is a bad idea, or after a certain point is a bad idea. It really reduces your trades. And Hogarth, his big deal is the difference between successful traders and retail is add to winners. He says that in the 10 years on the floor that he was watching thousands of traders trade, nobody, he realized that the big difference was those traders who added to their winners and those who did not. And that's absolutely the problem. And then Monkey Boy gets involved with, oh my God, I've got 5 points. I'm not going to let it go against me. So you trail, you stop up, or you take the profit there. That's all stuff that really needs to be worked out psychologically. I absolutely hear you. And then there's just like with trading, there's the old saying, well, did you ever meet anybody that went broke taking profit? And it's true. But on the other hand, get somewhere, get making meaningful progress. Taking one lots is not going to help. There is a great kind of agreement by a lot of people that this multiple R factor thing is just something that's pushed out by the YouTube guys and probably prop firms to get people to try to go for that, which is this lower win rate and a higher R multiple, where in actual fact a one lot, a 1-to-1 is just take them and go. And of course, like anything in trading, you can, there's 1,000 examples to prove anything you want to throw out there. Okay, maybe here I'll dump. Well, I'm staring at my data thinking it's frozen because it's not going anyplace. Well, yeah, I think that the risk-neutral methodology is just strictly a psychological thing. But that's and it's similar idea. Actually, it's a very similar idea to, I guess, to me psychologically to the hedge strategy that we're talking about. So I'm being called here, so I'm gonna make sure we got music going on. I'm gonna mute off so that Panda's snoring doesn't keep you guys awake. I'll be back in a flash. Man, they still they did poke through it just a blink there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the same thing, Anton. Oh, we had another VPOC migration here. The full session joined up with the RTH, so yeah, I guess gee, we're going higher. What a surprise. Now these would have probably be another A signal right here. Let's check. No. Why? Oh, okay. Because the previous bar to the signal bar was not correct. So there you go. And we have still not pulled back to the, almost back to the signal, the entry trigger, but not quite. Not that any of that matters, I'm just pointing it out. So I'll step away here for a minute again, and there we go. I'll start spooling up slowly for Tam to get to the finals here today, later today. Well, they broke out of that, whatever that mess was over there. Quite a big, wow. No, I didn't take any trade. I'm just reading through your stuff here. Yeah, I'm not going to take anything today on this with the hedge story until I decide what I'm going to do. Put on another one of these things, and you keep the 5 trades for something else. I don't know what. The reason I did these 5 accounts was to do the payout thing and de-risk, but now I'm not sure what to do. If I go back to my regular live amp account, which I can use the hedging on, I have to think about it. What the hell was that? I'm assuming this is all a news event or some sort of headline risk. Wow, what the hell is that? Did they get rid of the press secretary? I didn't think that woman's name was Kelly, but there you go. There you go. What's ground news up to? Well, this is pretty crazy. If I took any trades, they'd be highlighted and graphed here on Bookmap. Tuesday is a real suckwad day for the IB trades. I've been noticing that, and the data bears it out. Well, they're dumping it down now. We're back to the VPOC and IB high again, once again. look at this. Down to the VWAP. Look at there. Globex. Globex, no less. And that big level at the 30. Yeah, you're... I didn't see when you posted that, but you're... Oh, okay. Yeah, big bounce at the 30. I was busy cross-examining with my most tricky trial lawyer. Not tricky, but my best trial lawyer line of questioning. A live, lucid support person. Because the more I thought about this thing that I was talking about this morning, the more ridiculous it seemed to me. So now I have a complete breakdown with lucid support, and of course I copied it. It is absolutely legal to copy the trades, so I'm going to give it a shot tomorrow with the and see if I get any blowback from them, and if I do, then I'll just say, well, but I checked into it in advance. You know, it just didn't make sense to me. The more I stood here, I thought, that can't be right. So I questioned them, and I went through the whole drama to get away from the AI crap and get to a human. So that's what I was hoping for. And now I've got to get to hoping for getting ready to go. I've got a blow dodge right at 3 o'clock here to take Tam up for her final. So I will leave the stuff all running, and I'll cut over the IRT to, well, I should definitely be back before 5, so that shouldn't be any problem at all. Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. Trapped sellers at 28. Okay. Well, that would, yeah, that would make sense. A V reversal. think I've got it worked out here, and I'm correct that that AI, I'm glad I didn't believe them. I can use the hedging thing here on all the account and the trade copier. I'm going to do that in the morning. So, cool. Good for me. Oh, I'm excited. I get my replay shoes on, Bubba. Wait a minute here. 74.31. Yeah, but that's the thing I've not got worked out yet, or the triggers for the closing the legs. So that's what I'll be thinking about here tonight. working out the logistics of this test and everything this afternoon. Yeah, that's great. I learn a lot from just listening in on your conversations there. And here we are. Stuck in the middle again here. Where are we in the middle of? Ooh, right at the bottom of this distribution now. No singles down there. Yeah. Yeah, I have to figure out that, but it's the next step, obviously. They got a big pile of them down there at 25s. Somebody's calling. Oh, it's 2:20 already. 14:20. Gonna have the market on closing balance at 14.50. Typical recap that I do at the bottom of the hour. And then I'm gonna have to be all decked out and ready to roll exactly at 3 o'clock when the stream closes. Gotta get the little princess up to her calculus and chemistry finals. And here they go for that 25s. Maybe. Quite a bump down there at 22-ish. Also. And it's the one standard deviation too. Or 28ths anyway. Isn't it? Yeah. Well, if they ran it up for a mean reversion, that'd be a pretty snazzy 13 points. Really low probability to take out both high Bs too, so there's always that. Pretty sticky at the 32s, huh? As you pointed out. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. It's super catharsis for me as well. This can be a lonely sport, as you well know. Like I said, I'll be forever eternally grateful for this hedge. I'll be eternally grateful, even more so if my pants still fit. I'm getting some ready to roll at the top of the hour here. I want to get on my Levi's and get geared up. Okie dokie. I think it finally got that 25. Yeah. It finally probably took a trade right here. Let's check. That is pretty funny. I didn't even notice that. Yep. Finally took a trade. We finally got came below the 25 and held above the 50. And now it's in a trade. And the stop would be below down here. This is just that the IBEF. Targeting the IB high or points north. Whatever happened over here? This guy go south. He got spanked twice in a day. That's not a very good. Oh no. He got short there and got spanked. 2 stops and a 1 winner. I think the problem here is these fixed zones. That's why I'm leaning more to the idea of percentage. The big drawback, of course, is how big the IB or the opening range, whatever you're using. If it's a gazillion points, well, your risk is astronomical. That's why I have the ability to limit the risk with a maximum IB or opening range size. Right there, there's the limit. Right now I have it 150 ticks. Well, obviously that's not the limit, but it's to see if everything's working. And volume, what did we have for volume? Okay. Wow, they got sticky right there at 50s and back they came. Vicky. Well, it is 37. The market on closing balance is going to happen at the top of the hour at the 50, 1450. What have we got going on now, basically? Gotta keep the recap a little bit high level. There's our open. basically an update. I think they're just flailing around up here myself, but there you go. P-shaped profile. IRT, the investor RT. These are the Rankos. And this is the micro tab. If you're new to this, any of these charts or windows in IRT has the name of the window, which means nothing to anybody here, but you means to me. But there's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that can always be cross-checked. And then there's these watermarks, but you know, they are what they are. Market profile chart. This is the high time frame. Now, this is just crazy, isn't it? Look at this thing. $7,500 right there. Wow. So these are the high. This is the high time frame, or my micro composite. Each one of these candles is a daily RTH session. Wherever the price overlaps, I draw volume. I continue to pull the volume profile, and that gives us a micro composite VPOC. High, low, and the high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines, and they're kind of hard to see, but that's the deal. Those high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. Right there, session prices and the high and low volume nodes right over here. And this is where I input manually the all-time highs and the MCVPOC, etc. So let's get on to what is in store for tomorrow. Well, we have CPI. Ooh. That's going to be the margins will be raised at 1,700 this evening to 25% of margin of maintenance for until these reports are over. That's it. There are 4 reports that my broker does that with every day, you know, without even thinking about it. There's a letter out early at the suggestion of the CME. We're in earnings season. I don't know what earnings are out for tomorrow. Nothing earth-shaking. Mag 7's done, and we're waiting for NVIDIA. So, this is investing.com, and you can click any one of the. You can filter it for whatever reports you want. You can, if you don't know what existing home sales is, you notice that the event title turns to a URL. You can click the link and go see all about that, what that report's about, and the recent issuances, etc. And the other one that we have is financial juice. Now, the reason I like this is they do pull into the calendar these kind of non-typical traditional economic things, but those which could potentially have a big impact on the auction. In other words, geopolitical risk. You're never going to see Trump speaks here or Trump does something over here in investing.com, because these are normal, real economic numbers. That's how it used to work. Doesn't it? So these is also filtered and free, so there you go. Now I'll cut it short because we got the market on close and balance at 1450, and then I'm going to be sprinting for the door at the top of the hour. Got to get the gal out to college for the or finals of this week. So let's watch and see what happens. By golly. Market on close and balance orders will pop up over here after 1450. Come on. Boy, that's pretty sticky there at your 32s, man. Yep, take care. Yeah, there you go. Thanks a lot, appreciate it. You too. And, you know, thank anybody for stopping by the stream. That's really great. Appreciate it a lot. Like and subscribe. That's super super nice. The only feedback I get, really. And obviously, you know, dropping some contributing in the chats are really nice and very greatly appreciated. Like I said before, this stream is definitely not my way or the highway. It's my virtual journal. I share everything in complete transparency and accountability for anybody to look at and comment on or whatever. The idea being that it's a collaborative effort to, I'm sure everybody, well, I assume that everybody's goal, one way or the other, is consistent profitability. I don't know of anybody that says, boy, I want to take up trading and see how much money I can lose. Maybe that'd work. I don't know. The reverse psychology. I don't know. So any kind of suggestions or comments would be, yep. Exactly. Yeah, that's a big one for me too. The eye story is a real big deal. So we're going to have the market on close here in 5 more minutes. One thing to remember on the eyes rest idea is that you need to realize that trading is an intense occupation, and you need to be real sure you take good care of yourself, because you are the most critical tool in your office. Make sure you're well rested, well hydrated, not on emotional tilt. You know, every hour or two, take a look out and get outside, look down the street, peek over the neighbor's back fence, whatever it is. And it'll keep you grounded, and it'll also give your eyes a break from these screens. Well, less than a minute now for the market on close imbalance. Not that that's any big shakes, but it's kind of the last official hoorah. Till we have the closing swing trade, which I'm never participating in, so there you go. Doesn't look like this is going to get too far away from here either. Never know. 30 seconds for that imbalance. And there we go. That is not much of a market on close imbalance bump. Those used to be really dramatic. Pretty quick it'll be over here. Okay, so here's our market on close imbalance orders. S&P 500, there's 892 million buy side, 946 million buy side NAS, Dow's 179 million, and the Mag 7's 185 million, all buy side imbalance. These are pretty small numbers actually. We're up around, some days it's 2 billion. Think about that. And this is imbalance, meaning more than sell side, but by no means the total. How many billion or trillion are there being sold or bought? You know, that's the, and we're all pretty sure that we're going to that they're chasing our stops, right? Maybe not. Well, he's going to be talking to football players, so that's pretty cool. And this black guy's flipping everybody off. Anyway, have a great rest of your day. I'm going to wind her down at 1500 as usual. And the stream will be back up tomorrow. It's every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. All of the, everything that I do is transparent and completely accountable and recorded. And you'll notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the location, so you can always see what other programs I might be sneaking in on you. And hours, minutes, seconds on the system clock and the date, and that ties back over here to both IRT and Bookmap. So there you go. Eight minutes till the top of the hour. 7. Yeah, I don't know of any other brilliant things to share. Kind of watch and see if there's a closing swing trade developing here, I guess. Poppy, if you're still around, thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. I'll do all the timestamps and the chapter markers and stuff when I get back tonight. Little closing swing trade here. They're squeezing them up. Remember that these are, this is the book, Resting Liquidity, Volume Profile, and Delta. Don't ask me how there can be more Delta down here than there are. I mean, how it can go further than here? I don't know. I'm thinking it has to do with a little hiccup in when they were when it reset would be my guess. Remember that there's 1.89 million contracts traded so far. 1.9 now. That's a lot. Wow, and 40 seconds lag time. Wow, I didn't realize that. I've never really noticed that. This close to the close before. Look at there. Wow. Okay. 2 minutes or 1 or whatever else it is there. So, yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, be there, be square. And I'm going to be getting I've got my pants on and I'm all set here. I'm ready to rock. Rock up the road. And we're just about there now. Got about a minute left. Have a great night. Remember, you're the most critical piece of equipment you've got in your trading office, so take care of yourself. Get a lot of rest, hydrate, get outside, get some exercise, get fit the best you can. And I'm talking to myself here stand here like a fat glump. 30 seconds till the top of the hour. We'll have 7 hours on the stream and be all champing at the bit to start her up in the morning. Thanks a lot for coming by. Remember, please, to like and subscribe. That'd be a big help. And there we go, 1500, 7 hours on the clock. Have a great night and take care of yourself. I'm gonna skedaddle here. I gotta get the gal up the road.